Alright, welcome to the stream. So the question of the day is, what's your favorite scary movie? Because it was Tuesday night we were talking about quite a few horror movies that were coming out soon, or that came out recently, and Tente's said that we should spend this stream talking about horror movies. So, that's what we're gonna be doing. Excuse me. There we go. A berry finding donut. Alright, let's see. Man, I don't need the Humongo and Teensy power. Why am I getting so many of the Humongo? Thank you. Alright, level 3 normal. Okay, hold on. Can I find... do I have... Yes, I have one of these, okay. Alright. Gosh dang it, I don't need one for small Pokemon. Whoa. There we go. Alright. So what? Okay, so I don't have any more of the 60 ones. Or, I mean, no, I do. Good evening! Welcome to the stream! Okay, it's the 55 they don't have. Well... Okay, well, looks like I'm not making any more donuts. Alright, 52. Wait, which way have more? Oh yeah, I have the bridge still marked. My favorite scary movie? I have to think about it. What makes Saw X your favorite? I would have to say that it's kind of like a revival of the Saw franchise. Mainly because, like, it goes back to, like, a time between the second and third Saw movies, where John Kramer is still Jigsaw, and the fact that it just takes place away from, like, the usual, like, American, like, sites, it just adds an international kind of flair to it. Plus, a lot of the kills are kind of gruesome. There's so many reasons I could say that, but then again, it could also be recency bias. But yeah, as much as I love the Saw franchise, Saw X is definitely my favorite. In terms of a fun watch, I enjoy The Conjuring. It is quite contrite and sappy. What? That's fair. And honestly, when I ask favorite, I don't expect people to have the same reason for saying that some movie is their favorite. Or like Pokemon or anything. Because everyone's different. And when it comes to, like, reasonings, it could be because it was, like, one of their favorite things growing up, or I don't know. Or maybe they just like the cinematography. You know, I'm going the wrong way. Oculus is a good watch too. It has a really fun premise of a haunted / cursed mirror, but without being overly destructive like mirrors. I haven't seen Oculus in a while. That was honestly a really good movie. Of course, The Ring and the Grudge are classics. Absolutely. The original Nightmare on Elm Street. Japanese horror is on another level. Same with Korean. Like, Hashtag Alive, which is a Korean zombie movie, is absolutely incredible compared to the zombie movies we usually get here. Like, the zombies are much smarter. So, it just makes it feel more dangerous. Trip to Busan is pretty gripping. I love that movie. In fact, I have I believe it's the sequel to that on DVD. Hold on. Into Busan. Yeah, Peninsula. That's what it's called. Hold on, so this is a small distortion like I'm hoping. And I could probably just go with one of these weaker ones. Oh, excuse me. The Haunting of Hill House is a fantastic series, incredibly written and detailed. I need to kind of remind myself about that one. I don't think I've seen this one. There's some other great horror / thrillers like Carrie, Christine, The Shining, Doctor Sleep. It's a series by Mike Flanagan, who is amazing at horror. I am definitely going to have to check that out since it is on Netflix. Heck yeah. Let's do this one. What do you think of the movie adaptations of It? Okay, so I absolutely love the one with Tim Curry. The book is pretty dated by now. Yeah. But yeah, the original one with Tim Curry is my favorite. It. Then there's the Bill Skarsgård one, which... Well, technically there's two of those movies. I haven't been able to watch the second one because my mom's afraid of the more recent Pennywise. So I haven't been able to watch Welcome to Derry either. But yeah, the first one was Bill Skarsgård was pretty good. But there's a funny, well, yeah, somewhat funny and creepy story I have about that one. So we went to a drive-in movie theater to see it. And it ended up being on Friday the 13th. So we were just watching the movie, Then all of a sudden, my mom's car stops running. So we had to get out of the car. Well, at least I got out of the car with my mom, and we had to go to the next vehicle over to see if they could jump us. So we did that, and we just kept hearing these strange noises, like all over the place, when we were outside of the car. So maybe that's another reason why my mom isn't a fan of those of the Bill Skarsgård version. Plus the uh, I think it was 2016 clown incident. Like, yeah, you don't joke around with Friday the 13th. Creepy things do happen. Are there any horror films you wish there was a sequel to? Um, that is a good question. Now, I'm in the belief that you should only make sequels if the story calls for it. I wanted to know more about what happened after the autopsy of Jane Doe. Oh, that's definitely a movie that needs a sequel. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to remember what movie that I saw that I absolutely wanted a sequel to. So once things get into the it is a witchcraft, I get kind of whelmed. Not quite underwhelmed, almost. True. Um, so the witch was similar. Uh, Man, I can't really think of what it was. Oh yeah, Freddy vs. Jason was one of them. I mean, it didn't have to be like a direct sequel. I had really, really high hopes for Weapons. I was really hoping for a darker retelling of the Pied Piper. Yeah, I have not seen that one yet. I've been wanting to, I just haven't really had the right time to. Okay. Oh my goodness, finally shiny Pancham. Weapons could be a good Discord movie. Alright, I'm down for that. Alright, so I need one more Mankey and one more Pancham. There. That's where Pancham goes. Get Out was fascinating and has some really great commentary. Yeah, Get Out, Us, those are two great movies. I have not seen Nope or Him yet. I like Hereditary and Midsommar, and I think they're alright. But I think I wasn't the right audience for it, so I wasn't able to appreciate them for what they were. You know, that's understandable. When it comes to Hereditary, in particular, like, when I first watched that, I was not expecting that to happen to the young daughter. I recognize they are elevated horror and have a lot going on. They are extremely well made and written. Like, I love a good swerve or twist in horror movies. But it's something that you actually have to get right, and it needs to be earned. Like, I don't want to... Yeah, I don't want to twist in... Well, yeah, I don't want to twist for the sake of having a twist. You are here. I thoroughly enjoyed video essays about Midsommar and the function of cults, and how Danny was primed for them to manipulate her. But the movie didn't, and the movie just didn't work for me. That's understandable. Crap, what was that? Okay, yep, that's the movie I'm thinking of. Okay. Unfortunately, the brain rot latches onto other things more easily, like the Meg or Sharknado. Now, I'll be honest, some of those movies are stupid, but I kinda enjoy, like, movies that don't take themselves seriously. That said, I was super into Cabin in the Woods and also Get Out, as said earlier. Yeah, one horror movie I want to see is called Velocipaster. It's one of those low budget, and I mean extremely low budget horror movies. And those are pretty thick with social commentary. Low budget horror movies out of 10. Yeah, sometimes those are just some of the better horror movies. I wanted you to go for that. I enjoy ghosty haunting horror like Lights Out. Okay, Lights Out. I think I've heard of that one. Let me just read a little thing about it. Oh yeah, I have seen this one. It's just been a while. The one with Teresa Palmer and Gabriel Bateman. Sinister was also very good, I think. The use of found footage in that was really effective. I did not care at all once the scary dude kidnapping children appeared, but the build up to the mystery was fun. Oh, that's fair. Some other horror movies that I've seen are the Unfriended franchise. Well, I'm not sure if I could call it a franchise. More like duology of films. Well, let me... Okay, a collection of related films sharing a common connected universe, characters, or thematic narrative, often expanding into merchandise, theme parks, and media, such as spin-offs and sequels. Okay, yeah, Unfriended is definitely not a franchise then. I think Talk to Me was one of the best ones made by a small team. Yeah, sometimes you only need like a small team because otherwise you'll have just too many people, too many ideas, and it gets a little yeah, it gets a little messy. I couldn't figure out what word I wanted to use. There we go. I did not enjoy the Babadook as much as I wish I had. I hate that movie. But then again, I don't know how old I was when I first watched it. I just got annoyed with the kid. And I thought the monster was stupid looking. You know what, that might be something I have to rewatch to see if my tastes have changed or if I still hate that movie. I kind of missed out on the craze for Paranormal Activity. Honestly, same. I did watch the first one, though. I thought it was alright. I personally did not find it scary, but I can totally see how it is. Yeah, it's honestly not something I plan on checking out, like any of the sequels. And no, this is not me just being like someone who doesn't believe in ghosts or anything. I do believe in ghosts. Because I have had a somewhat paranormal activity happen to me before. What were some of the traps in Saw X? Were there any as memorable as the needle pit? Okay, my favorite one from Saw X was where this woman was hanging by chains, like on all of her limbs, and she had to break each of her like hands and feet to avoid this radiation machine. And then there was this one like seesaw thing where uh you had to hold this button to prevent the other person from drowning in blood. And it was just a cool visual. Okay, but there's actually a couple paranormal activity moments I've had. So, I lived next to this house that was pretty much abandoned. And every so often, like, I would look up in the upstairs window, and then there was this figure there. But once I blink, it was gone. And I don't think it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, because my brother noticed it, my sister noticed it. And then the other time, we were living right next door to that house at the time as well. So, kind of crazy how it both happened around the same time period. But I was sleeping, and I heard this laughter of like a little girl, and what sounded like a jump rope. Like, I looked around the house, there was nothing. I looked outside, nothing. Well, I mean, I didn't go outside to investigate. I'm not in a horror movie. And the thing is, we had this. Oh yeah, well, my mom and my sister also had these same kind of experiences, but they actually saw like a little ghost girl. And then like I don't know, a couple weeks later, my mom went to a she went to a garage sale. And they were selling this painting that looked just like what my mom said the little ghost girl looked like. So she ended up buying that. And I believe she also mentioned that after buying that, she's seen the ghost girl just looking at the picture. Yes, I've had auditory hallucinations before, and they are weird as heck. That isn't me dismissing your supernatural experience, by the way, because I have also had weird glitch in the Matrix experiences too. Don't worry, I know you're not dismissing what I'm saying. And while I wholly believe in the science and not really the supernatural, I'm not horror movie character coded enough to be 100,000% skeptic. Like, yeah, I believe in the science, but I also believe in the supernatural. Like, I don't really feel it. Like, I don't feel like any spirits or anything. around me, but my older brother's fiance can actually feel like a demonic presence like around my 5-year-old niece. Like, not saying that she is a demon, it's the fact that she has one attached to her. Like I I've never experienced it, so I'm not going to argue with that or anything. But I just think that it's weird how some people can sense like a bad presence around someone so innocent. And there's also sometimes where my mom's driving to work and is always around the same part of the road. She starts smelling cigarettes in her car and she doesn't smoke. So she always says like there's no smoking in my car. Then she feels like this presence disappear as well as the scent of cigarettes. I believe in spirituality to a degree for sure, and being able to sense things, but I think that is entirely possible. Yeah, like when it comes to the paranormal and the spiritual, like religious, I'm I don't know, I'm kind of like on the fence about all of it. Like I haven't experienced a ghost or anything like that in what 10 years or so. We have this place in Western Australia called Rottnest Island. In short, this and that was a place where British colonizers committed genocide of indigenous Australians, enslaved, tortured, murdered. Oh my goodness! I've heard of Rottnest Island, but I never realized what went on there. Amongst the elders and indigenous communities, they warned against going there because, of course, it has a dark place. Now, it is a major tourist destination. And I would never go there, honestly. Like, I, I well, mainly because it, well, okay, hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to put this. And what they did, without telling anyone, was set up a camping ground on the unnamed gravesite where they dumped all the bodies of the indigenous people who were murdered. Yeah, like when it comes to places like that, I it's like a mix of like honoring and a mix of disrespecting. I don't know why I get that mix in particular of some of these sites. A member of one of the tribes in Western Australia came to talk about the history of that place and how it is seen nowadays with the tourist destination reputation. And he was warned by his elders to never go there, but he went there and fell seriously ill at that campsite. My goodness. And apparently it is incredibly common for that to happen for Indigenous Australians who go there, even if they don't know. I think he didn't know at the time that the campsite was the grave site. He just mysteriously fell sick exactly at that place where his ancestors were buried and hidden, and I believe him. Honestly, I would definitely believe him as well. But yeah, long story short, I believe in sensing these things. Yeah, there's just so many instances where people can actually sense things. Like, some people can sense them throughout their entire lives. Some people sense things later in life. Other people stop sensing things. Am I going to have to run around this place for like a couple minutes just so I can hopefully get some spawns back? I mean, realistically, the only thing I need is Pancham. Wait, I can cross off Pancham from the list. I had an odd experience happen to me when I was in middle school, similar to your story, actually, kind of. Excuse me. I'm down to listen. You know, this was in middle school. We had family friends staying over for the evening for dinner, so too old to be a toddler with a wild imagination or whatever. Right. I bailed fairly early to hide in my computer room because their kids were sitting on the living room carpet as we were eating. It was annoying actually because I didn't want to be forced to entertain them. I I could see them just past the slidey door between the rooms, so I was like, nope, I am not babysitting. I really didn't want to be asked to go interact with them or lend them some of my toys because they didn't want them potentially breaking them. But it was fine, and my mom let me be until it was time to say goodbye. When I said goodbye to them, they left. I asked my mom what she gave the kids to play with in the end, and she just looked at me like they didn't have any. Oh my god, that would be absolutely terrifying. Excuse me, I made calculated, conscious decisions as a 14/15-year-old to avoid these children, and was sure I was sure I had been watching. I was I was so sure they were there. I was super convinced, so I likely just mistook, I don't know, other shapes as kids playing, because the human brain does fill in the blank. You know, that's definitely a possibility. Was that a mosquito? But also, I was pretty creeped out because I had really operated under the assumption there were young people in the house. Okay, I feel like I'm seeing things because I don't see a mosquito around here. But yeah, uh, did you ever watch Annihilation? Uh, let me. Yes, it, like when it comes to some horror movies, it's just been quite a while. And my brain does not like to remember like a lot about it. I heard people were very disturbed by the bear scene. God, why don't I remember that? It didn't faze me. But also Doctor Who has some uncomfortable, unnerving things like that. Oh no. I have dropped my controller. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, that doesn't really bother me at all. It's actually kind of cool looking. You see, as a young child, I was more afraid of Oregon Trail than horror movies. I don't know, Oregon Trail is the video game. So it's a video game that is kind of like a choose your own adventure kind of thing, where you're taking a trail to Oregon. Yeah, a text-based game. Yeah. But yeah, as a young child, I played it, and uh, I used my family's name, and then uh, one of my siblings died of dysentery in the game, and I was terrified because I thought that was going to happen in real life. But I don't know, I was like maybe 7. Like, I was a smart kid for the most part, but at the end of the day, I was just a kid. But thankfully, it wasn't a horror movie that I was in. But yeah, I've outgrown my fear of the game Oregon Trail. However, I still can't play horror games. I can watch other people play them, I just can't play them myself. Even though when I hit affiliate, I will play Five Nights at Freddy's 4 with a heart rate monitor. I can play Amnesia, that's it. I haven't even thought about playing Amnesia. Like, I think it was I think it was Christmas Eve of 2023. I played a Christmas themed horror game on Twitch. And this was before I started streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. But I was honestly on the verge of tears because I was so freaking terrified. But then again, 2023 was a pretty rough year for me. So playing a horror game on stream was probably not the best idea. It's alright. I've gotten over some of the stuff that happened that year. But yeah, that's why I'm sticking to Pokemon for the most part. I mean, if people want to see me play horror games, they're going to have to help me get to some milestones. You know, I am honestly surprised I haven't seen a single shiny Machop in this distortion. Where are they all hiding? I don't want the Machop. I just want one more of those guys back there, the Panchams. Did you watch Longlegs? I did not. Wait, is that the movie with Nicolas Cage? Okay, I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't watch it. That and Longlegs makes me think of spiders, and I'm not a spider guy. I don't like spiders, I don't like snakes. Scorpions are kind of cool, I just don't want to be near them. It is not a spider film? Okay, that... Not even a little bit. Okay, perfect. Then I might watch it, but I'm not a Nicolas Cage fan. Except for National Treasure. Those movies were pretty good. But I can see where the confusion comes from. Right, like, I can't watch Arachnophobia. That movie just screams. I wanted to watch it because of Nicolas Cage, also not a fan. But yeah, a movie that I do like when it comes to any kind of like body horror, Tusk is a great one. Where are the shiny? I mean, I'm not using a sparkling power donut. But then again, I shouldn't really get greedy. I got 3 Mankey and a Pancham from this. And I got time. Oh. What do you think about zombie movies? I think they're all right. But it really depends on what part of the world the zombie movies are coming from. Like, North American zombie movies, they're pretty much the same boring kind of thing. I prefer the like zombie movies coming from like Korea or Japan. Because like I mentioned, zombies are smarter there. And I feel like the protagonists are also smarter. But speaking of like North American zombie movies, I do have to give Zombieland and Zombieland 2 credit. Those are great zombie movies. Anything else? Nah, I don't like them. Wait, I'm looking up a list of horror movies. Well, at least I think this one's a horror movie. It's called Night Patrol. I thought it looked interesting, then I saw that CM Punk's in it, and I'm like, no, I'm out. I refuse. I Am Legend was too meh for me. It was scary in a jump scare way. Yeah, that's another thing. Movies need to stop relying on jump scares so much. Because there's a massive difference between movie jump scares and video game jump scares. Video game jump scares are actually scary. Even when you're expecting. But then again, maybe it's just the psychological fact that I'm actually in the situation in the video game, and I'm not in the situation in the movie. The Five Nights at Freddy's movies, they're an exception. They're based on a game about jump scares. Yo. I cut them slack. I liked the movie. It was fun and knew its audience. Yeah, I think Five Nights at Freddy's 2 gets too much hate. Like, I know that it doesn't entirely go off of the lore of the game. It wasn't made for the pretentious movie critics who apparently don't even watch the movies. Yeah, when it comes to movies and games, I tend to ignore the uh, I tend to ignore the overall reviews. And I try to go into something with the thought of, this looks good, I want to see it, or this does not suit my interest. Or sometimes I just have to hear like who's in the movie in order to be like, yeah, I definitely want to see that, or no, I don't want to see that. Like, not a horror movie, but Solo Mio. That was a movie that it's it's a romantic comedy that just came out in February. Kevin James was advertising the movie on TikTok where he was in character, and that made me excited for the movie. It was absolutely a great movie. And then there's some movies where I just have to see, like, I don't know, Nicolas Cage or like Tom Cruise or someone like that. And I have to be like, no. That's my fourth man chief. Alright, what were some other movies? I don't mind the occasional jump scare, but I find them a bit blah if overused. Right. What other movie has, like, the right amount of jump scare? But then again, I don't even know what the correct number of jump scares would be. In fact, I think when it comes to jump scares in movies, the best ones don't require these loud audio tracks. Like, I feel like if you want your, like, monster or something to be scary, you just try to rely on the look of it. And then just put it in, like, a random place. Like, okay, this doesn't really count as a jump scare, but in The Descent, like, at some point in the movie, like, when they first make it to the cave system, you could see this figure crawling across the screen where it looks like you're noticing the monsters early. So why am I even shiny hunting for Pancham in here when I had a laid out plan already? Alright. Since we're talking about horror movies, let's try to find a ghost type distortion. Okay, the problem is I have all of it. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll just run around until it rains. No, that is not a shiny Totodile. Oh, I'm going about. What kind of zombie apocalypse do you think is the scariest? I would say. I think the Rage virus in 28 days/week is pretty scary, or in World War Z. You know what? That's pretty fair. I was going to just go with old, reliable for me and just say, like, hashtag alive with, like, the incredibly smart zombies. Like, to the point where it's an incredible risk to even leave your house or apartment or anything like that. Now, honestly, I would also say, like, Zombieland zombies, because they're actually pretty fast. Yeah, fast zombies, aggressive zombies, fast aggressive zombies. All of them are problems. I could also throw in smart zombies. Those are like if they're smart, fast, and aggressive, that is the worst kind of zombie you can deal with. Yeah, that's gray. You know, here's a fun question. If you were in a horror movie, which one would be the one that you think you have the best odds of survival? Like, I probably would say maybe the Leprechaun franchise. Maybe the Meg. I'm not going in the ocean. You know what? That is actually one of the best answers that I didn't even think of. Either the Meg or Jaws. Those would all fall into the same category. Also, 47 meters down or something like that. Oh my god, there's rain. But yeah, my logic behind the Leprechaun franchise. I don't think I'm a greedy person, so I wouldn't try to steal a Leprechaun's pot of gold. So then I wouldn't even have an issue with the Leprechaun. You know, I feel like Friday the 13th would also be like an honorable mention. Mainly because I don't really fit the demographic of people that would be targeted by Jason Voorhees. It would be these irresponsible, super freaky camp counselors. But then again, that hasn't stopped him from ending other lives, so never mind. I'm getting rid of that option. If follows, I wouldn't even be a target. But then again, my question was, which one I would have the best survival chance? So if I was put in that situation where I had this invisible person stalking me, then maybe I'd have a pretty good chance. Like, I would be able to see the person. But then again, it's the whole thing of, like, passing it on and making sure that they don't get killed and then it goes back to me. Like, it's this weird thing. So yeah, I feel like Leprechaun, the Meg, and Jaws are some of the best ones for our survival. Pretty much any shark movie where if you live by the ocean, you just know not to go in the ocean. If the first attack happens, just stay away. Oh, I just realized that it's not even going to spawn what I'm looking for because of the stupid battle zone. Hey, there we go. Hey, did the battle zone really have to be right here as it rains? Well, I'll just look for distortion. I do need all of these. And I think I have a donut for this. Well, never mind. So, yeah, that's a medium distortion. I'm gonna hold off on that. So this is a small hyperspace distortion. So if I go in, okay, well that's not even an option because I forgot that I don't have a ground type donut. Alright. Wait, it's still raining. Alright, here's another interesting question. What kind of horror movie would you like to be in? Like, if you had the opportunity to pick what kind you would want to be in, which one would you pick? Personally, I would say, like, any kind of alien horror movie. Okay. I was trying to make a WeChat account, which is just Chinese WhatsApp. Ah, that sounds interesting. But this thing is fighting me every step of the way. That is so rude. Okay, no sign of the Goomy yet. Oh, maybe this is the day I finally get the Alpha Litleo. I should say Alpha Litleo. What do you think of monster films? Like the Rogue Croc and whatnot. I also cannot do big spiders. Yeah, anything that involves like spiders or snakes, I'm out. Crocodiles, absolutely. I love them. But yeah, monster movies I am fine with. It just really depends on the animal. Like Bambi the Reckoning, that's a monster movie. And it's a great one. But yeah, I can't watch Anaconda, I can't watch Snakes on a Plane. I can't even watch Zootopia 2. But then again, I wasn't a fan of the first one, so I had no intentions on seeing the second. Oh yeah, crocodiles, bears, deer. Sharks. Piranhas. Chimpanzees. But not dogs. If the dog is the monster and it ends the way I think it ends, I don't want to watch it. Like, I refuse to watch Cujo. I think I'm the same. Oh yeah, dinosaurs. Those are another that I love to watch. like specifically the first three Jurassic Park movies. Well, technically Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, and Jurassic Park 3. But yeah, at least I think the second one was called Jurassic World. Oh no, that was the Lost World Jurassic Park. Okay. I knew it had to be something along those lines. Oh yeah, still. Love that original trilogy. But I think I haven't really been a fan of like any of the later ones because like back in my childhood, the movies weren't like these super marketable things. Like you didn't see like many shelves of Jurassic Park themed toys. Because the movies weren't meant for kids. They were like PG-13 or rated R. I forgot which was which. Well, I forgot if they were... Well, you know what I mean. I forgot if they were PG-13 or rated R back in the day. But now they're... Now they are being consumed by capitalism. Who knows? Maybe I'm misremembering and they were like popular toys when I was growing up. I don't know, sometimes they have the memory of a goldfish, other times they have the memory of an elephant. An elefish. My phone keeps And my phone is telling me I have poor connection. It is a bold flyer. And that is so rude. Alright, Gumi. Please tell me you're there. I mean, it is there, but it's not shiny. And that's why I can't see it. Do I make midnight pasta snack? Yeah. What is your favorite way to have pasta? Ooh. Honestly, I gotta go with chicken Alfredo. But it needs like a good helping of Parmesan cheese on top. Thank you. Well, either that or barbecue pulled pork mac and cheese. Is this 420? No, okay. Wait, I thought I saw something. Oh my god, the Gumi is shiny. Forget everything else here, I need that Gumi. possible? None of the Fletchers are shiny. Well, this Pancham isn't shiny. Wait. That is just a regular Pidgey. Alright, none of the Pikachu, which is to be expected. Yeah, nothing in this section was... Nothing in here. Did I seriously not get a single shiny in this area? Unless... No? Yeah, the only shiny I got from doing that tower method was the Goomy, which is one of the Pokemon I was looking for. I've been bamboozled in a good way. I mean, I did get the Skiddo from the first time I was doing the stair method today. You know, I might do a little bit more when it comes to resetting. Because I would like to try to either get a Shelfa Litleo, even though I don't need one, or a Pancham. Okay, let's start my stopwatch. Alright, let's predict what I'm going to find. I'm going to predict a shiny Fletchling behind the building where you can get the Badoo and other things. And maybe a regular Litleo. Because we know how common it is to find shiny Fletchling and shiny Pidgey. Even though I haven't found those quite often in a while. Three minutes down, 2 to go. Do you think these Pokemon are just watching you do this and deliberately not being shiny? I feel like most of them are. I know that the Skittle would not do that to me. Right. So here's the question. What kind of horror movie do you want to see? Not an upcoming one, if you can make one up. Okay, so... Oh. Okay. I don't see any shinies out there. Okay, so... Flasher Haunting, Don, man, that is a great question. Alright, so... Man, that's a... we spoke about wanting more of the Twisted Childhood universe. Right. Honestly, maybe like a Monsters Inc. horror movie. I think I'd have to go with a fairy tale retelling. You know, that's a good one. Really? I did 5 minutes of resetting and there wasn't a single shiny. I feel like if they did one on Princess and the Frog, it would have like a very unique story. Alright, let's find a distortion. I give up with my WeChat app. I bet. Do I have a psychic? Yeah, I should have a psychic type donut or two. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I know my target. And it is not that far from here. I just gotta hope I'm near like some Slowpoke and Slowking spawns. You know what? I think Aesop's Fables would make some great horror stories. Like if you can find a way to make the tortoise and the hare like a horror movie, that'd be kind of cool. Like it doesn't have to be like a full-length movie. Like you can make it like a 10-minute short film. Like honestly, I don't know how they would make it a horror movie. But I would like to see someone attempt it. In fact, maybe I should check on YouTube really quick to see if it's like an actual thing. Tortoise and the Hare horror. Alright, some people made analog horrors of it. But they look kind of low quality, like they were made in MS Paint. Like, I would say something kind of like along the lines of CGI or claymation, stop motion, something like that. That would be. But then again, I'm pretty sure they've made like Boy Who Cried Wolf horror stories or movies or something like that. how did I not remember this? They need to make like a full-length Shrek horror movie. But based on Fiona. So yeah, pretty much a Fiona movie. Like, they could have it based around, like, before the first Shrek movie. Where, like, whenever she turns into her ogre form, she turns into this cold-blooded killer. And, during her human form, she doesn't know anything that happened. Like, at night, she feels the pain from the transformation, but she doesn't remember anything. Like, she doesn't even remember transforming into the ogre. Framework. I got your next billion-dollar idea. Yeah, like a werewolf transformation. Hey, I gotta catch an alpha Pokemon. There's not even alpha power on this donut. But there is sparkling power psychic. Just kind of wish that the teleporter would, well, not the teleporter, the portal was in a better spot, so I could get more spawns. Okay, I must be exhausted. I thought I heard a shiny noise. But yeah, with all this discussion about like horror movies, I definitely have to go to a ghost type distortion at some point. I feel like Nintendo would actually make a lot of money if they made horror movies on some of their products. Like a Mario horror movie, Donkey Kong, Legend of Zelda, Pac-Man. Pokemon's the most obvious one. I don't know, maybe I should just work on these tasks. Get these Pokeballs dealt with. Could go around this way. There we go. Are you kidding me? You can't break those rocks with your water? Alright. Where is this golden Pokeball? There it is. Alright, and there's only one spot I'm actually resetting. You know what? Here's a crazy idea. I Hurry Up a Wimpy Kid horror movie. It could be based on the book Cabin Fever. Like where the Heffley family develops I don't know, is it hysteria? So my idea is like a Diary of a Wimpy Kid Cabin Fever movie where like the blizzard that happens in the book happens during the movie and they all start to lose their minds, but one of them snaps and just goes on a killing spree. Shiny Slowpoke. Okay, hysteria is a historical, non-obsolete medical diagnosis formerly used to describe an array of intense emotional, somatic, and physical symptoms such as blindness. Okay, no, that's not what I'm thinking of then. Okay, no, that I can't seem to find what I'm looking for. A real life horror part of Diary of a Wimpy Kid is that the actor Ryan and grants them was sentenced to life in jail. Oh my. Story time. Ryan. Oh. I did not know that. Alright, Ryan Grantham, the British Columbian actor who pleaded guilty to the second-degree murder of his mother, Barbara Waite, has been sentenced to life in prison with parole ineligibility of 14 years. What, so that means he's getting a life sentence, and that last part, does that mean he can potentially get parole after 14 years? I know zero things about the law around second degree problems. Mostly same here. Plus, with him being a British Columbian uh, actor, the law might be different. I'll say Pokemon's side name for that movie could be Diary of a Wimpy Pod. That's a good one. Yeah. I got one Slowpoke. Oh, I got another idea. Nosferatu, more like Nosferatu. Nosferatu. We also have the film Get Followed by Jordan Peele. That's perfect. Ugh. I'm a little mad that I didn't come up with that one. But I'm so glad that it was spawned into the universe. I'm making that stupider. No, you are making it better. Because otherwise I'd have, like, no one else talking. I mean, with the very rare secondary or third person. We also have Rose Murphy Baby. Um, I'm trying to think of some. Paranormal Activity. Oh, thank you. It was honestly the first one that popped into my head. Ooh, okay. I will mark that one. And then we'll kind of see where the Eevee spot. Wait. Yeah, I could see where the Eevee spawns are. And then I can boot up a backup save. So I don't waste the donut. Okay, the closest Pokemon Center is all the way over here. Oh, you know what? I should go back here. Night Marini on Professor Elm Tree. Oh my god, I love that one. There she is. Okay. Alright, backup save activated. There's the Delibird. One of the Iron Cred. Oh, I get it. Okay, hold on. Alright, perfect. Where you at? Oh, there you are. Oh, I do know that shiny hunting for Eevee is possible. Because Eevee is in a good spot. And I just need one more, really. Wait, hold on. I know I'm pretty much sacrificing the Eevee. But I can make it up. At least I hope so. Because I don't really need a normal type donut. I'll just see what donut I have that can give me like the most amount of time. So far, either one of these. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Alright, yep, so let's just see. And then we just fly spam. I guess we can really stretch and go Tyranitarry by Ariados after. Zombie Landerus. How to Train Your Dragonite, which is probably the easiest one I could go for. I forgot about that. Honestly, same until I just thought about dragons and then that idea popped in. Full Metal Alchemist. The Baba Fruit. That I would want. Like, if you replace the Babadook with Grookey, that would be a much better movie. The Baba Hound. Oh no. The Baba Gumi. um. The Baba. Man, you're just making it better and better. Oh, I hit the Eevee jackpot. There's Eevees on this side, Eevees on this side. The Babylonian Moonies. The Babylonian Moonies. Oh. Baba movie. Best one yet. Oh wait. The Baba Rooney. Okay, no, that's the best one. Ugh. These are the kinds of oh my goodness, these are the kinds of streams I love. So Cooney. Baba Cooney. The Baba. And we're just, and well, you're just making. Baba Cooney. Oh, that is incredible. The Baba Squirtle. Man, I never realized how many Pokemon have double O's in their names. Oh my god, the Baba Woolooney. Nah, that needs to be the movie. Is it an unfortunate discovery? A new meme format. Babadook. Now we're just making the Babadook better. Litleo follows. Why don't Chuppet follows? Thank you. I feel like the Shuppet would be better than the Litleo because it's a paranormal movie. Despicable Me and Foo. Dracula Lampin. Oh my god, I love that one. Uh, Uh, Bambi Doo. Zan Goosebumps. The Beware Witch Project. That is a good one. The Massacre Range the Massacre Range Massacre. Texas Massacre Range Massacre. Yes. Midsommar Magmar. Harold and the Purple Cradilly. That Pokemon doesn't get enough love. Yeah, I like Cradilly. I will admit it's not my favorite fossil Pokemon, but it is pretty good. Ready or why not? American Fuecoco if we want to read. Oh, hey, American Psychoco. American Psyduck. Um, like read into Miles. A Staryu was born. Anaconda or Manatee. Yeah, I mean there is Sandaconda. The Pocomo experiment. That's a good one. Rock Ruffy the Vampire Slayer. Also, rest in peace to Xander. And Chuck Norris. Um, Annabelle Strap. Okay, that should have been one that we should have gotten to earlier. The Unknown. Wait, that was it. I was trying to think of one for Silence of the Lambs. The closest I can get is Silence of the Lambkin. The girl next door. Oh, I love these. But I was kind of hoping that there was a lamb Pokemon with the word lamb in it. Yeah. That's insidious. Oh, we forgot about Oh, I don't know why, but the Babadook ones are my favorite. Maybe because Babadook is not a very good movie. The Master of Love Disguise. It is such a funny format. It really is. We are our own target audience. Back. Iron Man Keith. Pro Batman. Spite Ops Man. Uh, uh, Decidu Hawkeye. Or Fanpy. That's a good. Alright, Shiny Jolteon. Crap. There we go. Now I just need a shiny Eevee. Coraline Noon. The Core of a Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh, there's another shiny Jolteon. You are not my target audience. It is, but I just got one. Now I have two shiny Jolteons, and I just need a shiny Eevee. Scary stories to tell in the Carkle, or scary stories to tell in the Darkrai. Oh dang, it was right there. That is my third shiny Jolteon. Final Destination. Final Destination. That's a good one. Yeah, I mean, I know it's an electric type distortion, but I was seeing more Eevees than I was seeing Jolteon. Alright, perfect. And so I sacrificed the shiny Eevee, and I ended up with 3 shiny Jolteon. What am I going to do with 3 Jolteon? Alright, let's find some ghosties. A party? You know what? That's fair. I'll party with a storm of Jolteon. Let's find a bench here in Wild Zone 20. Then I can reset until I find a ghost distortion. Preferably one with ghost types I don't have as shinies. In fact, what are some ghost types that I need as shinies? I know I need one more Ghastly to get Gengar. Okay, I have every member of the Aegis Class line. Every member of the Shuppet line. Okay, I could find an Ice type distortion if I wanted to. Oh, because yeah, Frostlass is the only Ice type in that line. And it's the only Ghost type in that line. I got the entire Litwick line. Well, I need 2. 1 male, 1 female. Well, I mean, they could both be female for all I care. But yeah, this Snorunt is the only shiny I found in Wild Zone 12. I need one more Revard. I need one of my least favorite Pokemon in the String Cheese mascot. Wait, Yamask and Cofagrigus. Oh yeah, the Golurk line. I also need them as shinies. And then Cerulege. Yeah, there's actually a good amount of ghost types that I need. Oh, what will spawn first? A shiny in Wild Zone 20? Or a ghost type distortion? You can never be too careful these days. I'm gonna make hamburger toast for breakfast, I think. Ooh. Ghost. Okay, there's only one ghost I need in there, but I need two of them. We got the cheese and onion. And we have mincemeat I can season and make into smashed burger patties. Ooh, that's a good idea. Got sauce for the burger, but no pickles. But there are jalapenos in the fridge. Pickled, those will do, and those will do. Are you sure Bubble Bath isn't hiding the pickles? I also have roasted tomatoes to add to it. Ooh. Alright, I don't have any sparkling powers for Ghost. However, this is for berries. It is 4:24 a.m. for me, so breakfast can be around 6 if I really want. You know what? True. But in my opinion, breakfast is any point in the morning. Okay, I'm in range of those. Your mask also spawns over here. Let's spawn in here. What if I make fried egg toast for the patty? Where you soak the bread and beaten eggs and seasonings and fry the toast. Those are the ones, not patties. Honestly, that kind of reminds me of French toast. A stacked one with one slice in the middle. Ooh. I'm flying too close to the sun. Yeah, like French toast but savory. Okay. That sounds like a good idea. I don't need any of these guys. Oh, heck. We have smoked ham slices. I could fry up and add 2 instead of bacon. Ooh, that sounds delicious. There we go. You know how that works. You know, you can target things in midair, but you can't actually do anything. I feel robbed. And that's actually quite a few masks that I could shiny hunt for. And besides, your mask is the only thing in range. Okay, maybe except the shove it. I thought I was losing my marbles. Alright. The Babasuda Joey. Okay, so yeah, the stuff it. that way. Not over here. Not over here. And not here. So far, no shiny. You know, why don't I just look for a fire type distortion with a Flareon and use one of my Sparkling Power Fire Donuts instead of just trying to catch a shiny Eevee. You got so many Jolteon through. Up here's one. I got one Yamask. None of those. And none of you. Netflix needs to stop locking movies and shows to specific regions. A VPN is how I get around it. Yeah, I would like to get a VPN. Oh, here's the other shiny. Both on the same side. No, it's just the light. Yep, it was just the lighting. And any of these? Alright, well, I am done in this distortion. You know what? I never actually checked on YouTube. Dang it, I either have to buy or rent it. When I want to watch Nacho Libre. I don't know why I all of a sudden want to watch it again. Okay, hold on. Important research time. Whoa. A jewelry collab with Pokemon. You can get an engagement. You can get the engagement ring out of Pokeball. You can get necklaces with Pokemon on them. That is so cool. Search for Charmander. Oh, um, am I doing it wrong? Let's try typing in Piplup. You can't tell me that there wasn't any Piplup. What? Alright, it wouldn't let me search for Charmander. Oh, yep, there's the Pokeball. I don't think they did. Because I have Everything's selected. Where did the Pokemon go? There it is. And not specified. Keyword. And then this is all that pops up. That is devastating. Alright. Oh, they have a Charmander ring? Alright. There we go. Alright. Yeah, Piplup's really popular. And I can't say I blame him. When I first got into Pokemon, Piplup was my favorite. And then I discovered Charmander, and I never looked back. A lot of Snorlax too. Understandable. Eevee makes sense, definitely. Feel would make sense. Rotom Pokedex got a charm? Really? Ooh, a lot of Jolteon. Man, I get 3 shiny Jolteons. There's Jolteon on shiny jewelry. But just imagine, I'm struggling to find a fire-type Distortion, and then a shiny Alpha Jolteon pops into the center of Wild Zone 20. Alright, that does not spark joy for me. So that is a 4-star fire type. Which if it has Simisear and Pyroar, that could either be Alolan Marowak, Chandelure, and not Flareon. I mean, I do need shiny Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Chikorita, Gardevoir, Totodile, Malamar. So I gotta look for one with Alolan Marowak and Talonflame, Alolan Marowak and Camerupt, yeah, those are the only two. Okay, and they have to be 4 stars, I think. If Flareon does not show up in the 3 stars, only the 4 stars, and only 2 of the 4 stars. And that's a 3-star, that's a 2-star. Where are you at, Flareon? Alright. And another. Oh. For a split second, my eyes saw that as a shiny Torchic. No. Almost an hour until break. Yay. Okay, what we thinking here? I'm thinking that this Distortion with Flareon is taking forever to spawn. Listen, I am a Flareon enjoyer. So I wanted to show up. So I can admire it. That is not the right one. Wait, what's this one up here? That is a flying type one. Yeah, where are you, Flareon? Oh my god. I found a shiny before the Distortion with Flareon. Right. Come on, where are you, third degree V? Okay, nope, that is not the one. And I'd like to finish off my evolution section. So the phrase is, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. But what if I don't go in with a plan? Does that mean I don't get punched in the face? I mean, it's either I don't get punched in the face or I get punched in the face and then I get a plan. Where? And where am I? Proper 4-star fire tape distortion. Wait, from the looks of it, the only distortion that Alolan Marowak and Camerupt are found in is the one with Flareon. How randomized are the distortions? Do some appear more than others? Or are they all equal? That is something that I have no idea. I'm pretty sure some of them are more common than others. But I don't have the numbers. Okay, well here's 2 4-star psychic ones. But it's not just the specific like star level for the distortion. It's also you need to find the correct Pokemon in that distortion. Or the correct combination. Here's a 4-star fire type distortion, but neither of those Pokemon spawn with Flareon. Which means we just gotta keep resetting in this area. And I don't think I've had any issue like this with the other one. But then again, I probably wasn't actively searching for them. There was an electric type distortion with Eevee, but it would be irresponsible of me to go in with a normal type donut. Okay, got my hot water bottle. Alright. Oh, look. There's a regular one. What does a normal type donut taste like? I'm assuming it'd be like a glazed donut. Oh, also, what would a horror-themed donut taste and look like? I'm pretty sure it would taste like cherry, because cherry is the, well, yeah, it'll be like red, kind of like blood. And then I think if it was for a slasher, it would be a jam. It would be like a jam-filled donut. That's a good idea. Maybe with the villain mask print made of frosting on the outside. That's a perfect idea. Where? Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do. That was a 3-star one anyway. So it doesn't matter what type it was. Oh. Bless me, I had the quickest and most aggressive sneeze I've ever had. Huh? Hmm. Hold on. Wait, I don't have any ghost or ground type sparkling donuts. So I'm pretty much just shiny hunting at this point. I mean, to be fair, that's pretty much what I've always been doing for this stream. But I'm pretty much just shiny hunting Wild Zone 20. While just hoping I get the correct distortion I need. Which seems to be non-existent. I feel like I'm being gaslit. I also see 0 shiny, 0 third degree V distortions. I am being more than bamboozled. Alright, if I don't get it in the next 5 checks, I'm calling it a night. Alright, that's one. That's two. Like, yeah, that's two. Three, and they're all kind of cluttered in the center of the map. Alright, this will be check number 4. And on to the final check for the night. Okay, no. I will keep searching for the Flareon on Tuesday. Yeah, hold on. Before I get too far. Popo. I think I already got all the main key where they need to go. Yeah, man key. Yep, there we go. And Gumi goes there. Okay, yeah, I think that's all I gotta put in their spot. Alright, thank you all so much for joining the stream. I know I say this every time, but it doesn't matter if there's one person or 20 people here. I love interacting with all you guys, and this is the perfect way to do it. I stream Tuesdays and Fridays, 7 p.m. Central, Thursdays at 1 p.m. Central, and I upload YouTube videos Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays at 5 p.m. Central. Well, thank you for being here. But yeah, if you want to stay in, I'm glad that you got to hang out. I had a lot of fun too. But for those of you who want to stay up to date on any streaming changes or uploading changes, or if you just want to hang out with some cool people, the Discord server is linked at the top of both chats. But with that being said, thank you all so much for joining the stream. I hope you have a great rest of your night, and I'll catch you in the next one.